Kia ora, no mai, haere mai, welcome to Ken Maunder Park here in Newland, Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. It is a Merv Hughes Invitational touring side taking on Suburbs Newland over 50s. My name is Bevan Jenkinson of Bev's Broadcasting. Pleasure to have you wherever you are tuned in. As you can see, great conditions overhead, scores ready. Suburbs won the toss and elected to field. Got any thoughts or comments? Put them in the chat, folks. We'll get round to them when we can. First ball is left alone. It's a 35 over match, I believe. The Merv Hughes side, the big man himself is here in person. Excuse me. Was taking on Auckland University yesterday on the other side of the city. So, tomorrow the next second ball is a little bit shorter. It misses out. Chris Lehman on strike. Yeah, tomorrow they take on Rotorua Boys High School in Rotorua. And then on Sunday they take on the Seton Cricket Club in Kirikiri Roa Hamilton. As this one's cut away. First runs of the morning. And just gets to the boundary by the look of it. Yes, 4 runs. Fourth ball just a forward prod, and they'll get a single.
That's the way to go, eh?
Fifth ball of the over, left-handed. Sharman on strike, just plays this to cover. Conditions overhead, a few clouds around, but it is getting warmer as the day goes on. Last ball of the first over here, and it's down leg. It's going to be wides. They've run through for 1. Come back for a second as well. So 3 runs to the total. This one cut away, good fielding there at cover again, but ends the first over. It is 8 without loss. Merv Hughes 11 batting first.
Seems like a nice bloke too.
He's pretty decent.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, his two sons, Luke and Sam, play for the Prem. So Tristan, they normally open. Both normally open, don't they? Yeah. Used to play for Guys of City during COVID down in Rotorua. Bill Devereaux, first ball cuts away, but can't beat cover. I only bring that up because I cover. I only bring up that stat because I covered a few Guys of City games as well, and realised there was a connection there. Actually, I think it was Bill that told me. Second ball's full, and it's ballooned up off the pad, but Bill Devereaux letting his lungs clear a little. Slip and play, backward point, forward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a backward square leg. Waits late on this one, does Lehman. Can't beat backward point. Reminder, you can watch these games back as often as you like. There'll be highlights, and if I get my camera out, photos posted to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page. It's another one. Yeah, I think he's short fellow though. and trust me, in the last week I've seen worse ones given out. Backs away, he can't beat forward point. One ball remaining in the second over. Suburbs New Zealand Premiers taking on Auckland University on Saturday in the Jeff Crow. As Bill Devereaux will start with the maiden. 2 gone, 8 without loss. Cameron Lyon's first ball of his second over might just be down leg. I was down there for the toss and the discussion of rules. Of course, in an invitational game like this, you can see some new inventive stuff, but no, LBW in play. No fielding restrictions. So this is right arm round. Tried to catch up with it down leg. Other than only allowed 5 players outside the inner circle. VJ, serious question for you.
Yeah, mate.
Is there an inner circle?
No.
No, that's what I thought.
I wasn't told.
That wasn't a criticism of you. I'm just like, son's cut away, beats forward point, and will make the boundary 4 runs. Sharman off the mark. I've created my own. Is it Daddles? What was the duck called in the 80s? I know it starts with D, but it's.
Donald.
As the son's down leg, there's a bit of leniency going on, although Sharman doesn't seem to be too impressed. You know, the Channel 9 duck.
Oh,
the
duck.
It did have a name.
Did it? Oh,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
it's like Diddles or Daddles or something along those lines. This one clipped off the legs and they'll come through for 1 behind square. the over 40s match is happening over on the number 2 ground here, but as both games are being scored with pen and paper, can't give you the score over there. So this one's full. Outside edge, and we'll be backward point, so there'll be one on the cards here. Ends the over. 6 off it, 3 gone. It is 14 without loss. Bill Devereaux made him to start. Continues with another dot. "20-minute break between the innings. I'll put up some stats for Suburbs New Zealand in the Premier One Day comp, as this is wide. No, I think there's more than Baz. I think you might actually appear in one. So this is behind square on the league side and there's a bye. No, this is since the start of last season. Yeah. It's only this season and last that have got club stats up on Play HQ, and Crick HQ doesn't work anymore, which is a shame. As the left-handed shaman just plays us on the crest.
Have you used that app Stump?
No, I've only just recently heard about it.
It's pretty good, man. It's better than HQ, I reckon.
I mean, he doesn't bowl as fast as
Very user-friendly.
Next ball from Devereaux and finds the outside edge, but no one in close. So land safely. Well, to be honest, this season during the under-17 series, boys and girls, I was scoring as well as commentating and photographing and all that, and I actually found Play HQ's gone a lot better. Yeah. Oh no, like 2 years ago, there's. Yeah. We'll use this as guinea pigs for it. Yeah, that's what. You came in at the start of 22-23. As this one's pulled around, there is a player back there, and it's all the way 6 runs. First maximum coming off the last ball of the 4th. It is 22 without loss. Lines to bowl his 3rd. This one left outside off stump, and they'll get through for 1 plus the wide. YouTube. As the next one just played back to the bowler.
We actually have a local bloke in our town just like
Yeah, well, a lot of people in New Zealand have found live stream because they enjoy the technology side of it.
But this private media is getting very big too.
Someone's played some of it off, but I live stream so I can commentate. 2018 wheelchair rugby world champs, commentating on that in Sydney gave me the idea of it.
Oh yeah.
It's the third ball right arm round, and this one down leg could roll away. I think I'm just going to pull up short. It'll be 2 and 2 buys. Sharman's a left-hander, if that helps.
He's got the cap on.
Yeah. Oh, I think he runs probably a couple of k's quicker.
You worked that out.
Nothing against Lehman, just. So it's down leg again.
That's the same ball. I'd be pissed off I rolled the keeper because
I had a day like Cameron yesterday, don't worry.
Come back for 2,
that's white.
and it's 2 buys again. Well, he did. The umpire did say at the toss that he'd be lenient, and that not all balls down leg will be called wide. But I mean, it's a bit like in a test, you know, in first class, and that's. But you know, you get one that almost comes off the pitch, and and the poor keeper's got no chance, and ends up with a fine. This one's straighter and fuller. Played to cover. Just realised what's actually missing from my live stream. Have a guess, VJ. Something quite obvious. You watch enough of my live streams? This is down leg, but keeper catches up with it. Ends the over. 6 off it. It is 28 without loss after 5.
What's missing?
Devereaux again from the river end, and Lehman just plays this back to him. The over 40s, I believe. Yeah.
Under 40s, I'd say.
Under 40s?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Kevin's playing, Luther's playing.
No, but they're all over 40.
This one cut away
Yeah.
through cover point,
The last time he played, he was like 3 years old.
and they pick up one. Is it?
Oh, gotcha. Oh, he's different.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right.
I was going to say I did see a few younger guys. I know at least Baz is in his 40s.
Yeah,
He's
Baz.
not Reese Young, he's like 45 or something.
Yeah.
I was Reese playing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should be a mixture.
So a few decent players over there, first class players like Reese Young.
That's Reece.
Um,
That's Reese then. Right.
sounded nice. Bill Devereaux's next ball, just full and a forward defensive shot. Can't remember who Barrington Roland played in the Ranji Trophy, but I think he played 40 games or something ridiculous. Yeah.
India A's as well.
Yeah.
I had a talk with him. This is a full toss outside off, and just played down to mid off. His problem is he had Tendulkar, Dravid in his first class team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Where's
it's-
he going to go?
And I mean, Barrington's still a very decent player.
He's like 46 years old and he's still scoring hundreds of threes.
Yeah. So it's a single to the right of mid on.
I think he's one of the best players.
On ball left in the 7th. Well, somebody said to me, "Why is he still playing? Like, you should let the younger guys come in." I'm like, he's still performing, you know. Yeah. If he wants to still play and he's still doing the getting the runs is the last ball of the 7th ends in a dot 2 off it. Devereaux 3 overs for 9, and it is 30 with that loss after 7. First ball of Lynn's new over, it's a dot.
Preston elected not to wear his white trousers.
Sharman on strike.
No, Lehman on strike.
Lehman on strike, yes it is. It's because they had to do something else to fix the score. As this down leg side,
He didn't go a bit better on that, did he?
might have got a touch on it.
If you're up, you can just wait for the scoreboard's updated. If those two, please.
And I'll take 2. And no signal from the umpire, so we'll give it his runs. Good shout from behind the stumps there, but again, no movement from the umpire. I know it's still summer. Club rugby's 2 months away. So since played to mid-on. And ball left in the 7th. .35 over match for this over 50s Merv Hughes Invitational against Suburbs, New Lynn. This one's full outside off. There's a touch, and the first wicket falls. It's been caught behind, and it's 33 for 1 after 7.
Caught by Hamish McDougall.
Hamish McDougall with gloves. single to start Devereaux's new over. Sharman on 14. I do apologise, I've got 12. Bob Lefevre, sorry. It's a French name, apparently. That's what he said earlier today. His first ball from Devereaux, just watches this through to McDougall. This is down leg, half an appeal for caught behind, but unsuccessful. Hamish has a couple of sons that play for the club as well. Sam and Luke playing Prems. He's onto the back foot, Lefevre, and can't beat extra cover. Over 50s cricket, pretty getting a lot of exposure these days with internationals and domestic stuff. This is left alone outside off and it's wide. Two balls left and Devereaux's over. It's down leg. Dougal making no mistake with the gloves though. That's on hit. Square leg to end the over. 9 gone. 35 for 1. First ball of irons, new over beats cover the old Harbour Bridge over the ball. They'll come back for 2 runs. Sharman on 16 now.
Hey!
It's too short. Shrunk. Zishan, I actually can't tell you who's watching the live stream other than yourself. It doesn't tell me who's watching. It's too short. As this one's up and over mid-on. And has reached the boundary, 4 runs. No. This one through extra cover, and I'll pick up one. Now covering the New Zealand Interprovincial over 50s tournament in 2021, 4 years ago, at Cornwall Cricket Club. And we almost had a bet on how many threes would be run in the whole tournament. No, there was actually. Yeah, there was quite a few.
Big enough ground.
I was going to say Cornwall is, quite massive. This one cut away down to third man. Lefebvre off the mark with a single. One drinks break usually around the 17 or 18 over mark for a 35 over match. Played a few of these games myself. As this played down to mid-on. Ends the over, 10 gone, 43 for one. Ian Reid's first ball. Lefebvre has got this behind 3 points, and just beats the fielder.
Still sitting on the line, so.
Yeah, it is 4 runs. I have to say, for a more experienced player, awesome. It was actually a pretty decent dive.
Yeah, good effort. A for effort.
0 for execution, unfortunately. So this one's outside off, and it's called wide. Next ball, this one's clubbed, 3 mid on, and has reached the boundary, second boundary of the over, it's 4.
So my cousin's William Deborah Bill.
Oh, okay, yep.
And as we can see, my cousin's
Relations all over the place then. Yeah, I figured from the way Kate was talking to you that you're a part of the furniture.
Well, we live in Cromwell now, so
Oh,
not so much.
Okay. No problems, Chris. This is the next ball is left alone and is wide again. Bit of an expensive start here for Ian Reid. So there's a gully in play as well as a third man on the boundary. Short fine leg as well. So this one's playing the crease from Lefebvre. Please share the link around, folks, if you've got anyone that might want to watch cricket as they see their day through. As I said, you can watch these games back as often as you like. There'll be highlights posted to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page in coming days. So this one's whipped round, streamed wicket, but there is a player back there. So it'll just be the one. actually kind of fooled me there because he's so close to the other field, other pitch. Everyone other than Suburbs on the other pitch is wearing white. Shaman on 21. Lefevre on 10. As Gully being moved around to the other side of the pitch to where Gully for the left-hander. Mid wicket on the boundary. Mid off, mid on. Short third man, short fine leg as well for the last ball. The over. This one's edged and lands safely. And a better finish from Ian Reid to that over. It is 11 gone, 54 for 1. Chris Lee, the new bowler, and this one's just played off the pitch. He's just having a chat off here a couple of weeks ago in the Auckland Premier Men's competition. Average first innings score was 309. Helped with Eden Roskell's 458 against QMU. Second highest score that day was Howard Pakaranga, who scored 390. Bowled! Top of off! Nothing better of a sight as a cricketer unless you're the batter. And the second wicket falls. Can't stay away. Yeah, no.
Second for 54.
Oh, when you said Cromwell, I was thinking England. I was like, South Island? Yeah. Craig Stowe, the new batter, he has a saying, Hawk Pakaranga, they managed to, with their second highest score of the day, 390. This is an Auckland Premier 50 over comp. Opener for Hawk Pakaranga, a young 19-year-old, scored 202 off 144, I think it was. It was definitely a day of flat pitches.
Stowe's nephew played for the Melbourne Renegades.
Oh, nice. What was his name?
I think it's Lynn Stowe.
Okay. I don't off because I'm covering so much sport. I tend to cut back watching. I think I watched most of the first innings of the final the other night, and then thought, I don't think the Hurricanes have got much hope of chasing that.
Like 10 overs.
Yeah, and they made didn't really break out a sweat. Chasing that 180 that Sydney Thunder scored. No, but congratulations to the Hobart Hurricanes for taking out this edition of the Big Bash. Slip and play for Chris Lee. backward point, forward point, cover, mid off, mid on. And this one's off the pads and short fine leg comes in. And also talking about international cricket, thoughts go out to Sophie Devine, who's decided to take a break from playing cricket. The New Zealand white fern player he's chased up with this one as Stowe will get off the mark with at least one, and that's what they'll settle for. It's a bye. Well, that's what I was tossing up. Was it me? I could see that there was no chance of them running two.
I think you thought it was all away. Yeah, I did. It would have been the same.
Yeah, I thought like it would.
Sharman on strike on 21. Yeah, I thought she's taken an indefinite break away from cricket, including the rest of this year's New Zealand Super Smash, the T20 cricket, domestically in New Zealand, and also the up-and-coming Women's Premier League in India as well.
He is, back in the day, I think he was quite expensive.
Mental health really does need to take a priority these days, especially at that top level. So hopefully you can see her back. As all this has hit him a bit clunky to end the over. It's a wicket maiden with the one bye off it. It is 12 gone, 55 for 2. First ball of Ian Reid's new over is a single down to third man. Stowe off the mark. It's actually funny how many really weird injuries you can pick up in a game of cricket. Not necessarily related to batting or bowling and that. It's just, yeah. First time I broke a bone, I was on the mid-wicket boundary complaining to my captain because I was bowling the next over, and first ball skied up on the boundary and managed to break my wrists trying to break my fall behind me after I dropped the catch. Get reminded of that 18 years later occasionally. It's just a decent ball to Sharman. He's been carrying his bat through. You can see the two sponsors for these two games today. As this one's off the pads down to square leg. Holman and Cricket Express. As this one's down leg again. But some good keeping from McDougall. Virgil's tuning in. Yeah, I'm assuming you mean the last wicket that fell definitely was a brilliant delivery that hit the top of off as this one's cut away. Point does the fielding. If you do have any thoughts, comments, questions, folks, please put them in the chat. I'll get round to them when I see them. Hopefully putting them in on my TV screen will help. This one's cut into the ground straight to point though. Ends the 13th. One run coming off the first ball, it's 56 for 2. Chris Lee's first ball just played on the crease from Sharman.
From so.
Yeah, to start.
To Stowe, sorry.
It's alright. It's good having you call this sort of stuff. At least it keeps us on tune, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, hopefully. I just heard the click, click, click of the camera going away, and I was like, strange sound to hear when I haven't got mine out, to be fair, is this one Stowe didn't really know what to do with. $56 for 2, halfway through the 13th. And this one left alone. He's played across the line at this one, but might have just hit outside off. One ball left in the 13th. I have decided that since one of the Merv Hughes team's taking photos, that I might as well get mine out as well. Here's this one's played outside off on about the 4.5 stump line. Sorry, one to come. I just had to do something on the scoreboard to make it look like sense. And in the end, it's made an over. 13 gone, 56 for 2. And ready to continue at the river end. And this one's gone, beaten everything. By the look of it, they'll pick up 1. And Sharman will come back for 2. Just wait and see if there's a signal. No. I wasn't watching, to be fair. Too busy trying to do everything else. This one's off the pads. So deep square leg on the boundary. There's a mid on that's almost 3/4. So this one's flicked off the pads down to square leg for 1. Sharman moves to 24. Stowe on 1. This one just played to the offside. The photos will also be uploaded to Bev's Broadcasting official and Facebook page in coming days. Do have a few games to do Saturday and Sunday. I'll bring up both those games at the end of this ball. Last one of the 14th. And guided off the face of the bat to a short third man. They pick up a single. Ends the over. 60 for 2 after 14. So as I was saying, a few games to do this weekend. Round 7 of the Richard Jones Trophy competition, the bottom half of the Auckland Premiers, Papatoetoe taking on Eden Roskill at the recreation ground in Papatoetoe. First ball 11 a.m. That game live and free here on Bev's Broadcasting YouTube. As Chris Lee will continue. This one worked off the pads to square leg. It's an interesting looking shot, that one actually, but he got something on it at least. So the first Premier final of the season coming up on Sunday. So I'll show at the end of this over. This one through cover. And one taken. Premier Men T20 final this Sunday at 2 p.m. First ball, Takapuna, the hosts, taking on Cornwall. Should be a decent game there at Oniwa Domain. As this one's played down to mid-on. Decent run rate, especially for the over 50s, 4.2. Halfway through the 15th, this 35 over match. Sharman who opens up the leg side, whips us through, fine leg. And it's 4 runs. Not the most powerful shot played today, but again, it's what goes in the book that matters. Sharman now moves to 28. Yeah, Bev's Broadcasting set up 6 years ago, as I was saying earlier, after going to the 2018 Wheelchair Rugby World Championships, which is held in the Olympic Park area of Sydney. Saw what the Aussies were doing and thought, well, if I want to achieve my dream as this one's through point, and I'll pick up one. I dream of commentating. I should start up my own live streaming business. I've done everything from primary school through to intermediate secondary school club, and a couple of years ago this time did 2 Super Rugby pre-season matches. So this one's played on the crease. Ends the over the dot, 6 of it. It is 66 for 2 after 15. And also to help promote sporting levels that don't get the mainstream media coverage that others do, that the higher stuff get. I've done sports like cricket, rugby union, rugby league, wheelchair rugby itself, or murder ball if you want to know what it was originally called when it came out. It says something about the intensity it's played at. I had a friend who
66 was? 66?
15.
Or 15.
Immutable was the original name of wheelchair rugby, or if you're in the Americas, it's called quad rugby, as most players are quadriplegics. As Ian Reid starts his first ball, and just played back to him from Sharman. I've done roller derby, basketball, netball. I've done one game, would love to do more netball matches. Here's this one's just flicked off the wrists to the leg side. Field hockey, only ever been hit by the ball twice. While live streaming, it happened to be up in a TV tower during warm-ups. The two games I was hit by the ball both times. I think it was even by both teams. As this one's behind square through the leg side and 4. But I'm always on the lookout for more sports. Currently based in Paeroa at the bottom of the Coromandel. So generally to do anything I've got to travel, which I've done for most of the 6 years. Can easily cover Auckland, Waikato and the Bay of Plenty area. Usually don't do it for
Sharman's on 33.
too much money, but like everyone else, do need to live as well. It's just playing a miss from Sharman. This coming rugby season, I'm back at the two champion sides. I live streamed and commentated last season, St Paul's, sorry, not St Paul's, that's a dirty thing to say, St John's College Hamilton. This gets on a knee down to the player at deep square for 1. And also the Hamilton Suburbs Rugby Club, St John's Hamilton won the Central North Island First 15 competition, and Suburbs won the Waikato Division 1 final, which I both commentated and live streamed. Both games were excellent matches. Looking at doing Ngatea Rugby Club as well. This is angled off down to a short third man. Ends the over the dot. 5 off. It is 71 for 2 after 16. You're looking at doing, as I said, Ngatea Rugby Club, which is just out. If you're travelling from Paeroa to Auckland, you'll go. Ngatea is the next town after Paeroa. I actually live in between the two places. I'm also looking for a job at the moment, but I do have a job interview, online job interview tomorrow with New Zealand Rugby, which I'm looking forward to, seeing what happens. Sharman just can't beat the inner ring at the moment. Sharman this time plays it to the leg side. For the level that this is being played at, fielding's hasn't been too bad actually. Seen a couple of players put their body on the line. As they're going to pick up a single behind point. Bit of lazy running. The old South African rugby referee would say. I can't think of his name though. You get a single nonetheless. Yeah, as you can hear, not the only one taking photos, but do a bit of photography as well. There's a joke a few seasons ago at Hotapu Rugby Club in Cambridge, just outside of Hamilton, that if I don't have one camera in my hand, I have the other. Some would say that keeps me out of trouble, but I think sometimes that actually causes more trouble. Lee just continuing his great line and length at the moment. Stowe just plays it back to him again. One ball left. No,
Just one off.
just the one off the over. 72 for 2 after 17. First ball of Randall Godfrey's new over starts with a single, bit of a peel for a run out, but Stowe made it back just in time.
It's never in doubt.
Yeah, I reckon there was. Not many
Well, I actually need I need more money, and I should start investing in getting more cameras going. Probably ruined my experience too, to be honest. Sorry, just have seen that the camera's frozen on me. See, second ball. Don't think Stone really knew what to do with that one, but it's a dot nonetheless.
Well, there's not many people I would enjoy running with, but Stowe would be one of them.
You don't enjoy running with?
Well, no, it would,
No, that's what I.
he's
Yeah.
slow as me.
No. That's a nice floated delivery, but left alone from Stowe.
Well, he does do it.
Is that what he normally does, or?
Yeah. I haven't seen Randall bowl for a while. He used to be in our team, and then he deserted.
Oh, another one that's floated up. Stowey's had a big heave at it, but got nowhere near it.
Bit of a shame, all three breaks there, isn't it?
Above the eye line. That's tricky.
Here's this one, can't catch up down leg and is called wide. We expect it will be drinks after this one. Yeah, I remember playing a last man stands game in Hamilton, and getting later on in the evening as the camera's frozen again, but he's played at this. And I don't think he should have, because it was quite wide. It didn't get much on it anyway. One ball left in the 18th. There's a lot of flight. You got to get out your old air points card, don't you, for a long flight like this as there's a chance of a overthrow, but it's not going to happen because Sharman's backed up way too far. And after 18,
3 off
it is 75 for 2. And drinks. Greg Clark, first ball of the 18th, 19th after drinks as it starts with a dot.
Well, down here is fine. If you want to take it to the other pitch, discreetly is how we describe it. Ah, okay.
Next ball full up and a swing and a miss there from Stowe.
Yeah. Oh, you had one with England. I guess that wasn't continuous.
It's a full toss to square leg. Oh, it's bounced on him awkwardly. It's a bit of a hill there. Be a single to deep square.
A few of us stayed on
Yeah, we do. It's over.
the two of the Ashes. So I done the first two tests. Australia won both them, which was
What was this for, sorry?
we had a tour of England.
Tour of England, yep.
Yeah, so we went over and played over there, and then that was it when the Ashes were on. So we got the same.
Well, when in Rome, right?
Basically, everything.
So I got to see the Johnny Bairstow incident.
I'll be watching the most randomest thing and they're all they still want to bring that one up.
Oh, mate, you should have had him in.
As there's an outside edge. 3/3 man, there was a player that's going back that'll cut it to one. Yeah, the old Johnny Bairstow. I mean, I was actually talking about winning Rome. I was in Tokyo that night doing karaoke. As I say another win in Rome moment. And heard about it, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to get back to the hotel to see that, because, as I said, everybody was talking about it. Do you have a stance on that?
Yeah, no, we just endless in the street straight away.
Do you ever thought about that one, Anthony, yourself?
Well, as we said to him at the time, you wrote the rules, not us. So.
Love that response. Talking about responses, it's down the ground. And it's just one. Oh, yep, just one. Brings the left-handed Sharman on strike on 37. Well, the funny thing is, okay, yes, the rules kind of say that once the ball gets into the keeper's gloves, as he winds up, goes over long on, and it'll be a couple of ounces for runs. But Tim Payne, or whoever it was that was keeper at the time, definitely did it all in one motion. And Carey, thank you. Yeah, I say it's not Payne, it's
7 off.
7 off the over. 19 gone, 82 for 2. Merv Hughes, 11 being inserted at the start of today. The one thing the Aussies, the English, sorry, Randall Godfrey from the River End again, as this is hit to mid-wicket for a dot. So when England toured in the end of 2019 to New Zealand, we had a team, a Barmy Army team play in a game that I was covering. This is back, and Godfrey does his own fielding, a pretty decent effort though. And I had to ask the Barmy Army team one question: was that final a fair result? The 2019 World Cup.
Oh.
And they all said no. They agreed that to come back on boundaries to decide a World Cup was. Yep. Well, it was rough, is what I would say.
Play 5 overs extra.
This one's full again. Played down to mid-off, bit of a misfield, but they decline the run. Well, the thing is, and I said this at the time, I think the rule was there because they never believed it would ever get that far. I'd heard about the rule from the start. He gets a bit of turn here, and it's going to be wide.
Yeah, it did take off a bit. That was alright, didn't he? Not the fastest. No, you don't have to. That's frustrating.
Last ball of the over, and doesn't get as much turn as he did the previous one, but they'll get a single to cover who's about halfway to the boundary. One ball left in the 20th.
Ordinary or
Yeah.
Coke
No,
Zero?
ordinary, please. Needs to have taste.
Pardon?
It needs to have taste.
That's right. $3. Charge. Card.
Yeah. Just a bit of a delay in players. Sharman just making sure where the fielders are. So fine leg, a wide fine leg. There is a long on in play. I'm assuming he's in place down there having a chat to two others. You can see to the right of screen. I was moved down there, is he?
He was earlier, it's on him, so.
All good.
Oh.
And he gets the broom out but misses out. Ends the 20th and is only 4 for 2.
Not five?
Just thought one left up there.
84, 50.
No, not good yet.
You've obviously, like,
Save myself fast.
played a bit of cricket.
Yeah, a long time ago, but so I played some first class cricket for Wellington, played in the 90s, and then I went to the UK to kind of scratch that itch and met a girl, stayed there, set up an academy at the club that I was at, University of Lynn.
First ball of Clark's second over. They'll pick up 2 through long on. Stowe looking leg side there, but another big heave and misses out. Bevan Jenkinson of Bev's Broadcasting with you. Any thoughts or comments? Put them in the chat. Should be able to see them as they come in. So I'm driven down to long off. There was a fielder there though, so just the one.
I think it's just great.
Sharman on 41.
He's a Tinder King, isn't he?
Really practicing that shot. I don't know why he tried to play that leg side when he was on about fourth stump. The ball got to him. Gets down on half a knee, plays this down to deep mid wicket. The fielder there, just to the one. Still, the run rate's pretty decent, 4.2. 35 over match, just a reminder. And this one's whipped through mid wicket from the right hander. And Stowe picks up another single. Ends the over, 5 off it. 89 for 2 after 21. First ball off Godfrey's third over, none for 6. Here's Sharman on strike as a bird just flew past the camera. One thing I do enjoy about broadcasting here at Ken Maunder Park is that straight on. Full toss. Player coming in and it's going to bounce in front of him and they'll pick up 1. Sharman probably feels as though he's missed out there, but sometimes you see the full tosses almost turn into wickets. As bad as try and overhit it. And cuts this to a very backward point. I'm not sure whether you'd call that backward point or a very, very short third man, but as gets the bottom edge, beats the keeper. They pick up 1. I think Reece is out actually. Yeah, I was going to say I think that's what I saw earlier. Reece Young, the former New Zealand wicket keeper in the mid 2000s. Still plays a bit though, doesn't he, Chris? Not much, but he's still.
Yeah, I
I was going to say it's definitely not the first time I've heard him recently playing.
I think he plays a bit of last man stands on the North Shore to keep his hand in. And then
Oh yeah.
plays the odd game of kind of.
Because he's based on the shore, isn't he? Yeah. Because I was going to say, I think it was Kimu when I met him.
Yeah, that sounds right. Harold Items.
Last ball of the 22nd. And Sharman trying to play it delicately, can't get us run out of it. 3 off it, 22 gone, 92 for 2. First ball of Clark's new over is a single down to straight down the ground. Bit lofted there from Stowe, but he moves to 14. Sharman. Sharman, the left-hander on 43. Waits, cuts, but doesn't catch up with it. So out of that 15, is there any hangers-on as well, like non-players?
A couple this year.
So this one's driven through cover. Long Barry comes out and they take a single. Because I mean, I've heard of some touring teams, especially like over 50s sort of rugby and that, where they have more non-players than they have players. You know, they've got.
We've got later was just here a minute ago. Burrow, he's pretty sore and that, so he's not playing, but he tours regularly, so he just wants to come and be around with everyone.
No, fair enough. Another single to mid-wicket.
And in the young blokes over there, there's a very talented young batsman. You get to see him a bit later on today. Stevie Law. His grandfather raised him easy.
Oh, nice. When you said Law, I was thinking Stewart actually. So this one's through mid-wicket and a boundary. Getting the boundaries every now and then.
His grandfather's name is Greg Matthews.
What?
No.
No, I figured by the way you said that, Anthony, it wasn't the Greg Matthews. He was he Merv's time as well?
Would have been yes, yeah.
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 Greg Merv Hughes, yeah.
Yeah, him and Funky Miller and them sort of blokes were around at the time.
I was going to say a little bit before my time, but being the tragic that I am,
Do you all remember?
That's 48 for Matt.
Nice.
Matt Sharman, 48, nearing a good 50. Gets a full toss, lifts this leg side, and it's 4 and 50 as well. $103 come after 23. As Stowey's decided he's had enough. And who's the new batter, sorry?
I still retired.
Retired breathless.
You're right.
Paul Pythian is at the batting crease, but he's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
I'd heard that wasn't possible. This one's played to mid-wicket for a dot.
To be fair, that's bloody good. To be playing sport, to be being active, that's awesome. That's what your body needs, right?
Hey, look, I can't last. Some days I can't even commentate. Can't even umpire cricket without pulling a leg. So
103 off 23.
Off 27?
3. As this is played down to long on for 1.
So who's the new batsman?
Paul PHYTHIAN.
Yep, gotcha.
I was scoring cricket a few seasons ago, and they were talking about
New batter.
It's like he's
what was that? Sorry.
They're the two fielders, one from that.
Oh yeah. As this is behind square on the leg side, and they'll come through for 1. Yeah, I was scoring cricket a few seasons ago, and they were talking about TikTok behind me. I'm like, no interest, don't like it. And then they started talking about, they brought me into the conversation. What are you guys on about? This is down leg, half a peel for a caught behind, but no interest. They go, you're famous on TikTok, did you not know? I go, I'm not on TikTok. They go, yes you are. I was at a sevens tournament. It's played back to the bowler, does his own fielding. 30-degree January day, trying, emphasis on the trying, to pronounce Samoan names. It had 600 comments, 10,000 likes, 1,000 shares. Like, they weren't kidding, it was quite a big... There's a single... They've actually come back for 2 here. Oh, we asked for more 2s, and that's what we got.
That's right.
5 off it, 24 gone, 108 for 2. Rob Jones's second ball into the attack from the clubroom's end. This one through mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, we had a lot
One of my favourite club grounds when I played in Hamilton.
those places on Cliff
And when I first started playing in Hamilton, you know, you're talking about the boundary being almost on the pitch. This boundary went round the other side. And you always say to people behind you, you go, I'll watch your back if you watch mine. Backs away, plays this down to long on. This Pythian brings a left-handed Matt Sharman on 55.
Two forwards to bring up 52, and then 3 singles.
As gets on the knee, plays this to square leg. The fielder was behind though, so they take a single. Dot and 3 singles. I'm making a 4th single.
Now he bends down. My one just uses his foot.
Actually, Chris, the one thing I remember about commentating, I think it was the last game I commentated of you guys, was on pitch 4 in Auckland Domain.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's me. And I was the
As this
midfield
one's
fielder.
hit down the ground to wide long on for 1.
I think it's gone 4. Yeah.
Oh no, it's 4, sorry. Ends the over, 25 gone. It is 1-6 for 2. And I think you guys said I'd saved you about half an hour. This pitch at Auckland Domain from the non-strikers end is 30 metres. Yeah, the boundary was 30 metres.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like it's a miss hit over points
What-
for 6, this kind of stuff. But
What's
I think
hilarious
what
though?
you're referring to there is this guy played one off his hip down to me at fine league. I got this long barrier.
Just look at it, this, you got 2 fielders for 2 second
yeah.
going back to back penalties.
So there's a tip for on Saturday that you'll be putting on the boundary at 7 minute off. That's how overlapping it can be.
Yeah. Is that Randall still? Yeah.
We've never-
Out.
I've never seen it before. Oh, he's dropped it.
It's deserved a wicket. Godfrey's first ball is dropped at long on, mid on, sorry, and they get a single. As this one's played through wide long on, there's a player coming round, and he's misfielded it. They were going to push for 2, but it's comfortable in the end. This is a single down to through square leg. I'll put it this way. I think it must have happened after that game, Chris. But I actually broke my leg doing the long barrier. So, yeah, you know, full respects to someone who does it and misses the ball compared to. There's a nice little lean on the shot there for a single down to mid on. And people go to me, "What, did the ball hit you?" And I go, "No. Heard it, felt it, knew it before the ball had got to me." Yeah. I must have just twisted or something. As this one through long on, and there's a couple of players converging on it, one a lot quicker than the other. This is a wild throw at the keeper's end, but 2 taken comfortably. Do you know that in Auckland last man stands this year, there's been a 358 scored on 5, not on 4. The pitch 5 in Auckland Domain, if you don't know it, is actually a decent sized cricket ground. compared to a 30-metre boundary. As ends the 26th. Now for 20 off 5, it is 123 for 2. 9 overs to come.
Why would you pick a fence with a 2, mate?
Here's the sun down the ground. Too long on, just a bit sighted, out of sight because of the balcony. And I'll pick up 2. No, it's 4 runs, I'll double that. Sharman moves to 62.
That's
it's the other guy.
Paul's hit that.
Oh, Paul's hit it, sorry. Moving along to 18 then. Or whatever you guys have got.
I've only got him on there.
Okay, only on 11. Do I apologise? This is played back to the bowler.
Yeah, I'm checking. How many overs gone?
This is the 27th.
26.
This one's back at Jones. No, I tend to, because I live in Pyro Cross and no longer in Auckland, I used to go and umpire at Karaka. It's a play and a miss.
Okay.
I reckon I've umpired, out of all New Zealand last man stands, I reckon I've umpired at the most venues.
Nice.
So this will be a single to mid-wicket. So I've done North Shore, I've done CBD, I've done Counties, I've done Hamilton, Bay of Plenty. So the only 2 I haven't done is Wellington and Christchurch. Got to find an excuse to go down there and knock those 2 places off as well, I think. This one's cut. Ends a good fielding there at point. Ends the over, 27 gone, 8 to go. Run through it 2-8 for 2. Brett Plale, who was up here scoring earlier, is into the attack, starts with a dot. Yeah, this for the Suburbs New Lynn Premier Men's is Sean Plale, which is Brett's son. There's an appeal for caught behind Logan McDougall by himself on that appeal. Yeah, so there's Sean Plale and It's Tristan Pale, both in the Suburbs Premier team. So, Tristan's injured at the moment as this one's called wide down leg. How many games are you guys playing on tour?
6.
So there's this one, Skied, and keeper going back can't catch up with it. They get one. So you had one. So this is the second. Yeah. So you got Rotorua Boys tomorrow, and then Seven Cricket Club on Sunday, I believe. And where are the other two games?
Wellington, I reckon.
Oh yeah.
Or we're back here.
Yes, this one's turned into a full toss. 3 mid wicket comfortably. Sharman onto it. It's 4.
I can't trouble getting water out of the bar, can I?
Moves to 62.
Just in a glass. Or do you actually want
I just grab a bottle of water. Yeah.
You only know that you're playing Rotorua Boys tomorrow is that Bad Plenty Cricket was trying to pinch me tonight for the men's T20 final
Oh, okay.
in Tauranga at Bay Oval.
Yep.
And I said, no, I'm doing this game.
Are you staying for dinner tonight?
Sorry?
You staying for dinner?
No, well, see, that's how I'm being paid.
Oh.
That's payment tonight, the dinner, yep. As this one's played down to extra cover and the fielder's on the other. The guy on the field is the other one. And they'll come back for 2. I think that's fooled everybody, to be fair.
Right. Yeah.
And there's a third run.
Yeah.
First one of the match. 28 overs in. They've had games this season where the pitch is, behind the second pitch is behind the first one. And you got the same team fielding or same club fielding. He gets hold of this one,
That's a ball.
and it is 4 runs. After 28, it's 1 for 1 for 2.
13 off the over.
I'll drink you.
1
1 for 1 for 2.
1 for 1 off 28.
Matt Sharman retiring. Ken Baker, the new batter, joining Paul Pythian. One of the other great cricket stories I love bringing up in commentary, especially when I'm by myself, commentating at Cornwall Cricket Club, which is surrounded by farmland. And cow got hit by the ball. Cow in the paddock got hit, and the cow was fine, having a good laugh about it. Who's the bowler? Sorry,
Back to Jones, isn't it?
Jones. Yeah, thank you. Rob Jones to continue. Having a bit of a laugh. Someone comes up to us, and it's the first ball, an bottom edge through fine leg for 1 for Baker. And someone comes up to us in the commentary and goes, "You do know that cow was at cow corner?" It is the most cricket thing I've ever seen. Yeah. A cow being hit by the ball at cow corner. There's Pythian. Nice little footwork there at mid-wicket. I think that might be Bill Devereaux that's stopped that one. They take the single though. As a swipe at this one does Baker and can't catch up with it. Just a reminder, you can watch these games back often as you like. There'll be highlights and now photos posted to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page, which there's a link to in the description. There's a bottom edge again. Can't get any runs for it. Player does the fielding. See some nice tight lines here from Jones. He went for a few in his first couple of overs. This one only gone for 2 though. Run rate now.
I've only got one.
Sorry?
I've only got one.
It's a good diving save at extra cover. 29 gone, 144 for 2. Brett play out 13 from his first over. Do apologise, it's 143 for 2 after 29, 6 overs left in the innings. The Merv Hughes Invitational side will be not too displeased. About 150. This one's played round through mid-wicket, and I'll pick up a second off the misfield. Pleasure to have you wherever you are tuned in, folks. Bevan Jenkinson of Bev's Broadcasting. Your scorer, photographer, commentator. Jack of all trades, master of none, as they say. So this one's through mid-wicket, fielder can't pull it in, it's 4. Third ball of the over, and Pythian didn't get too much on it, but enough for a single to mid-on. Do you guys often tour? Like, is it every year thing, usually, or every 2?
Sean's been bringing kids over for years. This is his first senior tour. He's done, I think, now 3 tours in England.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He took over. There was another person who had a review over for a number of years.
Yes, this one's shorter from Playle. Played down to the player at mid-wicket. They get 3 for 1. You must say, I've only been overseas 4 times in my life. This is the last ball of the 30th. Is skied, Playle underneath it, takes the catch. Third wicket falls, Pythian's gone, and it's 151 for 3 after 30. Frank McCrellan, the new batter, but he's at the non-striker's end as Rob Jones to continue. Full toss on the legs. And they'll pick up one. I was just having a chat to one of the Aussie players here. Names of like John Reid, Glenn Howarth as well. More recent times, Jimmy Neesham, Martin Guptill, which this is the first season that Auckland Cricket has named the T20 comp on behalf of Martin Guptill, who's recently retired from internationals. Second ball's a dot. Addy Ashok, I had a bit of a word with Addy Ashok. It was a laugh more than anything, and he realised what he'd said about me without meaning to, and I said, Addy, that's fine, but I'll never say a positive word about you again. So this one's cut away to the cover sweeper for one.
That's Frank's first international run.
Take that.
Off his first ball face, so that's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Well, the
No, second ball.
yeah, I was going to say it's the second.
Was two.
First one hit him on the pads.
Frank's even got some support on the live stream, I see. This one's cut away behind square, behind point for 2. Good to have you, Mads, tuning in, supporting Frank. Next ball's full. Tried to work off the pads there from Baker, but can't. And ball to come in the 31st in this 35 over game. Suburbs New Lynn winning the toss and electing to field this morning as this one's cut to point. Half thought of a single, but not even on an overthrow. 31 gone, 156 for 3. Bull Devereaux back into the attack from the river end. None for 11 in his 4 overs. Right arm over. As this one's down leg. McCrellan can't catch up with it. Two sons that play for the Suburbs New Lynn Premier side, Luke and Sam, who generally open the bowling as well. Down leg again, but no bat on it. Umpire did say he was going to be quite lenient on the wides and has been consistent all day. Which was the other word that was mentioned at the toss. So this is played to wide long on. Wide long off, sorry, for 1. believe in 3.5 overs that it will be a 20-minute interval. Chuck up some Suburbs New Lynn Premier stats for one-day cricket. Oh, this is bowled. It's taken middle and leg, and Ken Baker's been dismissed. It's 157 for 4. Dave Palmer replacing Ken Baker, out for 5 off 7 deliveries. Coming in at number 6.
What are you doing back up here?
Oh, I come get a drink. Merv called the shots apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he say at the start? No retirements?
Yeah, and Kenny, I said to Kenny and we had a change. I said, oh, Kenny, I'll come off if you like. He said, no, you've got about all day. We're going to keep you going.
Nice batting though.
Oh. How many I end up with?
76.
Yeah.
You might go back out there, you get.
No, I'm not allowed to. The umpire won't let me.
Okay.
No.
Because I retired. I should have. Is there anybody working the bar here?
I think she's just shot downstairs.
So they should be up.
Yeah, it's probably her coming up now. As this one's played on the crease.
Yes, I can. Wonderful.
Well, I would have done it for you, but you might have got a few zeros on the end of your bill there, Matt.
Make it 2 just in case the first one doesn't do the trick.
Last ball of Devereaux's 5th over. Yes, this one's worked through backward square leg. And the player will cut it off just before the boundary. And they'll pick up 2 runs. Ends the 32nd. It is 159 for 4. 3 overs left. That's another story I can slip into my commentary. The only first 11 game I played at high school was after I left. Where I was 12th man for my college, Hauraki Plains College, who were playing Rockhampton. And Rockhampton had, which is based in Queensland if anyone doesn't know, as Jones will continue. Chris Lee, sorry. I should know that. But Rockhampton had banned a couple of players.
Oh, okay.
And they asked the college, they asked Hauraki Plains, do you have anyone that might be interested? And they go, we've got one guy, doesn't care who he's playing for as long as he plays. So I played for Rockhampton. Got what was then my highest score, which, you know, my ex-teammates didn't appreciate. Still got my Rockhampton hat somewhere.
Oh, I give you one good work.
This is the fellow who got me in the pills.
That was very early on, actually.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have wanted to face him 20 years ago, mate.
No, he's a very strong and robust sort of fella, isn't he?
Plays last man stands in Auckland.
Yep.
For a side that I think they started when they were 40 and they're probably about 20 years later still playing on a Thursday night. Top catch. So it's quicker from Lee.
Yeah.
Just
The only time I got him away is when he tried something a little bit different. You know, it's that old thing, you just concentrate on bowling what you normally bowl. And
did you get that as a leg by, sorry? He did signal.
Yeah.
Yeah, carry on that.
Yeah, but every time he seemed to try something different, like a slower ball or something, that's the one that I scored off.
Yeah.
But that one that got me in the pills was substantially quicker.
We heard it. We heard the thud quite loud. Yeah. Third ball of the over from Lee.
I tried to be brave.
Works this to mid wicket. Well, hey, you lasted a few more balls after that once, because that was probably second or
Yeah,
third
it
over.
Did actually take a couple of overs to sort of get over it, I think. Just thought, no, better just hang around for a...
I was saying earlier that I played in the last man stands game where I broke my ankle.
Yep.
Doing the long barrier as this one's back past the bowler and I'll pinch a single. Turned up after Christmas because this was a couple of days beforehand.
Yep.
And said, how's the guy that got hit?
Yeah.
Not wearing no protection.
Yeah.
He carried on playing with ruptured.
Yeah, right.
Ruptured that certain part of a male's body.
Yeah, well, the fella over here in that game, he batted yesterday without a box and got one. So, yeah, some...
Good line and neck there from
I
Lee
think
as well as
substantially
pace.
bigger than what they normally are last night, weren't
Were you looking, were you?
they? No, this is, I'm just,
Oh,
just
you're
going
taking-
from his,
Taking his word
Yeah.
for it, yeah.
yeah.
So you know Frank, do you, Stoic? You know you. No.
So where's Frank from? Oh, he's
down Auckland way as well, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he plays with
no, he's up country. Bueller.
Last ball
Bueller.
of the 33rd.
Oh, he's Chrissy's mate.
And this is played down to mid-off for one. Credon moves to 3. Same as Palmer. Is the 33rd, 2 overs left. 162 for 4.
Yeah.
6 runs.
Single to Palmer off the first ball of
No, it's Frank.
Frank.
Frank, sorry. First ball of Devereaux's new over. This one's just jammed into the ground, extra cover. Brett Playle does the fielding. Well, I have to say, I often take photos while commentating.
Yeah.
I've only taken 200.
Ah.
No, I'm being serious. So I would normally take a lot more than that.
Well done, mate.
This one's hit through square leg, couple of fielders there. Chris Lee is just bowled, does the fielding.
Have you had Merv up to do some special comments yet?
He's popped up but hasn't said anything. He's swinging a miss and the bail's come off, but...
That's strange. He's normally got a bit to say.
Well, I was going to say, if
He
you are,
might- he
if you
might-
are
he
talking
might-
to him,
might
he's
be-
more than welcome to.
He might be in breach of his Triple M contract.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I forget he's been doing a bit of radio this through the summer. Of course, the Australian Test team in Sri Lanka at the moment, and I think after day one, what was it, 330 for 2?
Yes.
What's Khawaja on, 150?
147.
Close enough to 150, yeah.
And Smith 105, not out.
105, yeah, I see. I actually forgot that he ended the last test against India with all the 9s. This one is backward point this time, but aerial. Picked up a single and ends the 34th.
We went to the Sydney.
1 over to go, 165 for 4.
It was like that in England. I think I'm a little bit fitter.
First
than I
ball,
was
the last
thinking,
over, and
the
it's
wicket.
taken us off, middling off, stump. Chris Lee has a second, and it's 165 for 5. Greg Patterson walks out to bat at number 7, being told, and I will say that, I won't mention names, but being told that he's sitting on a golden pair.
Gary Patterson, I think. Yeah,
Gary, sorry, not Greg. Yep. What's the fine system like with you guys?
Well, it's up into the herd no.
Oh, okay.
Merv's in
It's
control of it.
inconspicuous and incognito. 4 balls left in the innings. I noticed that Sparrow come in too, actually. And it does a interesting looking shot down the fine leg. He's off the pier. He gets a single. That actually might make the highlights, that one.
Didn't look overly comfortable playing it, but he got it away.
What I keep saying too, though, Matt, that doesn't matter how you get them. It's what goes in the book.
100%.
Yep. This one's driven down to long off for 1, and I'll pick up 2 actually.
Yeah, Pato's nice and fit.
Player had to go round that one. Just a reminder, there'll be a 20-minute interval break. So maybe looking back at coming back at 3 o'clock, New Zealand time, or New Zealand Daylight Time, or Australian Eastern Standard Time. This is hit to mid-wicket, and player does a bit of a juggling act there. They get another run though. And got picked up in the last 7 or 8 overs. Been a better second half of the innings.
That's a
As
nice
this
shot.
one's through cover,
There's going to be 2 of them.
should be at least 2. And I'm going to take one on the arm as well. Second, third run of the day. And there's 1 ball left in the Merv Hughes Invitational 11 innings. Tell you what, the photo of that last shot doesn't look too bad either.
Oh, yeah.
It's the thing about photography, actually, is it comes down the wicket and they're going to take a leg by. And that is the end of the innings, Anthony. 173.
173.
So we're back in 20 minutes at 3 o'clock New Zealand Daylight Time for the chase of 174.
Well, good luck with the job.
Just during the innings break, folks, I'm going to put up some cricket stats for the last 2 seasons for Suburbs New Zealand Premier men's side, according to Play HQ stats done by Bev's Cricket Stats. Hoki mai ono, welcome back. It is the second innings of this 35 over 50s match. Suburbs New Lynn chasing 174. Marra is what I... Marra, yeah. 174, the home side chasing against the Merv Hughes Invitational side. Excuse me, as we're just waiting for a square leg umpire. There's only one official umpire for each game today. Suburbs New Lynn on this one though, they won the toss and elected to field. But Merv Hughes Invitational won't be too disappointed about 173. Over on the over 40s, under 40s side, I think there's a bit of a wide range of players over there. Suburbs New Lynn defending 280. Which I thought for 35 overs was a pretty decent score. Yeah. Opening the bowling pool, Pythian, who had a spell with the bat. I think he scored 30. Is Hamish McDougall, the Suburbs New Lynn keeper, starts the dot. Leaves it alone. Went down and had a look at the pitch, still pretty reasonable. I was talking to VJ, the groundsman, who I believe is still tuning in, like he usually does. Cheers, mate. You can tell it's worn, but it's still a decent pitch. And we haven't seen too many. I don't think we've seen any ball really go weirdly off the bounce, as this one's played to gully.
Coming through quite nicely, just a little bit of jag now and again.
Yeah, what to expect for how worn.
Yeah.
The Premiers will play on the leftmost pitch this Saturday when they take on Auckland University. This is played to short cover, who the Merv Hughes side played yesterday. It's the last round of the Jeff Grove and Richard Jones Trophy, the Auckland Premier Men One Day Comp. Suburbs need a win to give themselves a chance of staying up in the top half of the comp next season, as this is played to point on the same points as Hibiscus Coast, who got promoted from last season, winning the Richard Jones, and Cornwall. This is played to short cover. Pythian starts with an over. With an over. Well, he did start with an over. It's a maiden as well, none without loss, chasing 174. Sorry, folks, left the mic off there, but it'll be 4 with the next ball of Boyle. Dougal on 6. It's played back to mid-on. Saturday morning, 11 a.m. start. Papatoetoe taking on Eden Roskill in the last round robin game of the Richard Jones, the bottom half of Premier Auckland Men One Day Comp. It's a bit of a rinse and repeat shot there. And then on Sunday, 2 p.m. from Onewa Domain, it's the Auckland Men Martin Guptill T20 Grand Final. Takapuna taking on Cornwall. As this one's through cover, great shot as well. And it'll be the second boundary of the over. 12 off that one, 2 overs gone, 12 of that loss. Paul Pythian starts his second over the way he started his first. Carried on through his first with the dot. Yeah, just put up there the match I'm doing on Saturday live here on Bev's Broadcasting YouTube channel. Here's the second ball. Gets a bit of bat on this one. Through wide mid-off, should I say, and has reached the boundary. 4. Suburbs New Zealand just landing on this. Of course, after all, or should I say before all those matches, tonight a dinner being hosted by, I didn't see the name, but I can't remember who it is now, but chat with Merv Hughes for dinner. This is played to short cover. Discussing payment for live streaming this game. Kate said, how about we just give you the ticket? And I said, I'm happy with that. And try and be a no-frills guy, but something like that's pretty agreeable with. Required run rate's 4.9, which is around where it started. Number of contributors in the Invitational side. This ball's driven through wide long off again, and another second boundary of the over, 4 runs. One ball left in the third over. Looks as though Suburbs New Zealand defending 280 in the other game here. Yes, plays and misses at this one inside the line, ends with a dot. 2 boundaries off that third over. It is 20 without loss. Stuart Morfitt's first ball. It's an appeal for LBW, but umpire not interested. It's been pretty consistent today. LBs are in place and left up to the discretion of the umpire. That's what was said at the toss. This one's played to mid-wicket.
Stuart took 4 for 27 off his 7 overs yesterday.
It's handful. Over. Did you play on the number 1 at Auckland Uni?
No.
No. This is it's played to mid-off. I don't think anyone could loop it more than I can't think who was bowling for you guys that got a lot of flight. Randall, yeah. Like, had more flight than a flight to China on a one-way ticket.
He bowled a ball where both the keeper and I thought it was the googly.
Yeah.
It's turned out to be a leg spinner.
I was going to say, he got quite a bit of turn as well, which you'd hope for on an old pitch. So this one's worked through fine leg, player chasing after it,
Just the one.
and they get 1 for it. Who won yesterday? Was it cricket? Was it uni? Was it
Uni one.
uni one? Yeah.
They had a guy, Brett Hall, made 80 not out, or 80 retired.
Yeah. As this one's up and over mid-on. And that should be a retrieval mission. It's 4 runs. Ends the over as well. Paul Maher at 13, Hamish McDougall on 11, and it is 25 without loss after 4. Pythian 1 ball into his 3rd, none for 8. Starts the dot. This one's played to point. McDougall waiting on 11. He drives this to cover and they run with the shot. So it's Merv Hughes touring side taking on Rotorua Boys High School. Is that at the college or is that somewhere else?
That side's at the college.
And you guys are at Smallbone, I believe?
Yeah.
Smallbone cricket ground, and if you know Rotorua but don't know where Smallbone is, it is just down the road from the International Stadium. Rotorua Boys not far from Smallbone Park either. Here's this one, bit of a bottom edge, goes through square leg, and he'll pick up 1 more. McDougall, 12 off 20, comes forward and just plays us to cover. Reminder, you can watch these games back as often as you like. There's a link in the description to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page, where there'll be highlights and photos posted there probably at the start of next week. Here's this time. Goes through mid wicket. And they'll pick up 2 to end the over. 5 gone, 29 without loss. Stuart Morfitt to bowl his second none for 5. Yes, this is down leg. Not called wide, it's dot. He's been consistent with his wides. He did say that he'd let it, be a little bit more lenient than you'd normally. Cuts. Beats cover. Mid-off will come around though. It'll be 1. Just a forward press down the gully. Gets the broom out, sweeps this one through fine leg. It should be a retrieval mission. And it is 4 runs. Dougal now to 18. Run rate now just dropped under 4.8. This pushes this through forward point. Won't make the boundary, and they'll come back for 2. That's actually pretty decent running. The throw really didn't challenge them in the end though. Let us know where you're tuning in from, folks, who you're supporting in the chat. Let's see it when it comes up. Got any thoughts or questions? One ball left in the 6th. This one down leg. Flicked that way too, through fine leg. And should be another 4, should it? Been blocked by the balcony. No, it's been hauled in. Restricted the 2. 9 off that over. Morfitt has none for 14, and after 6, it's 38 without loss. Pythian starts with the dot. Preston Mara 15 off 12. If you're hanging around too, and do see me live streaming and wouldn't mind popping in and giving commentary a try, you know, you're more than welcome to. Somebody gave me the idea 30 odd years ago, tapped me on the shoulder at Netherton Primary just outside of Pyro and said, you know what you should do for a living, commentate sport. So it's always been the dream. Been living that for 6 and a bit years now, as this one's straight to cover. It's a little bit aerial, but they run with the shot. Murray to 16, McDougall 22. Or if you're interested in the tech side of things, more than welcome to come on down, have a look. It is a basic setup, but a couple of years ago it was good enough to do 2 Super Rugby Pacific pre-season matches. The highlight of the 6 years that I've been doing this for, amongst a few other things. Stacey Walker, who is is currently injured, but New Zealand rugby player. As they pick up a single off the end of the 7th. 40 without loss, Suburbs New Lynn chasing 174. Gave her first ever commentating experience. She had the week off during COVID and said, do you mind coming commentating your brother's match? I have to say she's definitely one of those that she is what she seems, especially that beef and lamb ad, the smiling assassin.
Yes.
She's called, always has a smile on her face. I think one of the other great moments I've had through doing all this in 6.5 years. A couple of years ago, when the 2021 Women's Rugby World Cup was played here in Aotearoa in New Zealand, as first ball of Morfitts knew over, played to cover. As I wasn't required as a commentator, I took my camera along, took some photos, and was there pitch side taking photos when as this one's played to cover. They get a single. I was there pitch side when the Black Ferns took out the title, having beaten England in what was an amazing final. And I have to say, I was in the crowd when the All Blacks won in 2011. As this one's back up past the bowler, down to the river, it's 4 runs. And I have to say, the atmosphere at that 2021 Rugby World Cup final for the women was immense, and probably even better than 2011. The only problem I had taking photos in that tournament was that every day I'd go into the media room to grab some food, and all they had was curry. I can't do a lot of foreign food. Every day I'd go, is there something else? No. Which I thought was a bit poor. A lot of others enjoyed it though. Next ball played on the back foot. I've always wished I could eat a curry, but considering I've played cricket for most of my life and I need to be involved in cricket to know that subcontinent love their cricket. This one's through square leg, and they'll make it the boundary, no problem, 4 runs. Second boundary of the over. Mara moves to 24 off 17. McDougall at the other end, 24 off 31. Always on the lookout for new adventures too, folks. Currently, I'm unemployed. Might change tomorrow. With a job interview I have. Fingers crossed. It's the last ball of the over. Played to mid-on for a dot. 9 off it. It is 49 without loss after 8.
They're like
What?
The commentators are volunteers from the club.
Yep.
They
Well,
do a
I've got
great job.
a couple of mates who here in New Zealand will who actually live stream for their club.
Yeah.
I think I'm one of the few people that will travel anywhere. I know there's a big company, 2 dots to start, Warren Watson's first over, in Rotorua, who have the money, they've got the resources. It's down league, but it's another dot. Local Gecko production, and they do an amazing job. They're all self-funded as well, and they try and do a lot of the local stuff. But yeah, it is frustrating when you're watching something like this as stationary camera. Is this played to point but no run? I don't know whether the name Tony Johnson, the rugby commentator, means anything to you. He's been around. Sky been operating for nearly 30 years. As this time they'll pinch a single to cover. He's been commentating like up until recently. He's been the one of 2 commentators for the All Blacks until a third one's come along. And actually, I gave my card to him without realising who he was. This cut to point. I found out because I recognised him and went, like, that's someone. Ends the 9th, 1 off it, 50 without loss. And he said the one thing he enjoyed about the coverage was, yes, there is commentary, so you know what's happening. It's not
Static.
just a static camera. I mean, I've tried once. I was on crutches at the time to track the ball, get an amazing catch out of it. Actually, I saw it the other day of the same tournament where the guy tossed his bat.
There's cameras now. Now, again, they're probably more in America, but it follows the player.
VO camera, it's
Yeah.
called. It's so if you've ever been to mainly in New Zealand, it's rugby union and soccer or football.
Yeah.
it's a big tripod, a little green machine, and it tracks the ball. Now, unfortunately, it is terrible to watch a rugby game on it.
New bowler, D. Palmer.
As Palmer is into the attack for the first time today, because it is used for evaluation, but in rugby it's so panned out you can't see, you can barely see a number on a jersey, then let alone who the player is, which is why it's good for sports like soccer, where you do need it out. Bowling to McDougall, 25 of 36 at the other end. Preston Murrah, 24 of 19. This is swept to short fine leg for one. See, whereas the VO camera does away with the, the biggest thing, and you go around, especially to New Zealand clubs, and go, when it comes to footage, what's your biggest problem? Finding someone who can operate it. And not just operate it, but know what they're doing as well. So that's where the likes of the VO camera does help. Short mid wicket in play, as well as a gully, as this is wide outside off and called side. I've even seen it, I saw it on the live stream, I didn't see it in person, and haven't seen it since. The Australian, as this one's down the ground, player there, don't think he's going to cut it off. She does brilliantly down there to field that back in, and they pick up one? Yeah, just a single. He's gone from a regulation long on across to long off and managed to bat that in.
That's Bobby Boy.
It's a great effort no matter how old you are to do that. The Australian wheelchair rugby team turned up one year with to New Zealand Nationals with the VO camera, which is interesting because if you don't know wheelchair rugby, it's played on a basketball court. It's played to cover. And so, I mean, if it's good enough for a soccer field or a football field, I never got to see the footage. I was busy that year, but was watching the live stream. A couple of wheelchair rugby tournaments in my calendar for 2025. This is hit to cover. Ends the 10th, 53 without loss. This one, full toss through mid wicket, it's 4. Third ball, this is long, it's straight, and it's all the way, 6 runs.
You ever done baseball or softball?
No, I haven't done baseball or softball. I've got a scoring app. The scoring app does cover that. I don't know if I'd commentate it though. It is as simple as baseball and softball seems. There's a lot more to it.
Right, yeah.
I've tried. I have commentated soccer or football.
Especially pitching too,
Yeah.
It's, got to know what you're talking about.
Yes. And unfortunately, a lot of those sports, and the time that I did commentate soccer by myself, I really found I didn't have a clue. No, it wasn't the first time I'd commentated, but it was the time by myself. As this one's outside off, gets a lot of bottom edge, beats the keeper. Poor old square leg's going to have to come round to almost a fly slip to get that one. Pick up 2. Well, Brett, the first game of soccer I did was a Chatham Cup final, quarter final. Chatham Cup's the New Zealand equivalent of the FA Cup. And it's the penultimate ball of the over. Goes up and over the bowler's head. And there's a player there, so it'll be just the one. The club asked if I didn't mind the director of football of Hamilton Wanderers commentated with me, and I said I've got no problem with Ricky Herbert commentating. As this is hit to mid-on. Ends the over, 11 gone, 66 without loss. Watson, two overs for 14. David Palmer to bowl his second at the Riverine, none for 3. Earlier today, Suburbs New Lynn winning the toss and electing to field. I think what was said was didn't know how the pitch was going to play, so it is actually quite a worn pitch out there. VJ said there's been VJ the groundsman here did say there's been a number of games being played on it, so there's some good fielding there from Palmer and his follow through. So next ball's behind square on the leg side. Chase going on. And wait and see whether it has reached the boundary. It has. It's 4 runs. The highlights and photos posted to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page. Maybe Monday. Got a bit of a busy schedule on. McDougall now, Hamish McDougall, the wicketkeeper, 43 of 48. As this one's up and past extra cover. It was a difficult attempt, but it's 4. Oh, was it Preston? Sorry.
Preston, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We had the wrong batter on strike.
I think so I reckon Preston's more than what you've got there.
Yeah, probably, actually.
So we're going to dot 4-4.
I do apologise that my scoreboard says something different, but Preston Mara on 46. So that'll mean Hamish McDougall's not quite as many as 37. Unfortunately, with the scoring app I use, I can't go back and change things easily.
46, yeah.
This one's played to cover. This one's up over long off, long on, and a couple of bounces, 4 runs. And 50 as well for Preston Mara. 3 fours off that over. It is 78 without loss after 12. First ball of Warren Watson's new over. McDougall moves it through for a single. He moves to 27. This is played down to mid off, sorry. Another well-known New Zealand commentator that I have met, but met quite young. Excuse me, this one's hit to mid-wicket. Takes a single. It was one of the first international correspondents or journalists to break the 1972 Munich hostage crisis. It's a single to point. No, I said another well known, and that was I think it was like 30 or something at the time, Keith Quinn. Yeah, Keith Quinn was one of the first international journalists to break the 1972 Israeli athletes kidnapping.
What I found out the other day.
So this one's hit down to the cover sweeper. They'll take one.
You know when Germany invaded Poland in 1939?
September 1st.
We declared war on Germany before England did. We could have been right in the ship.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Because we were, it was daytime here.
Yep. One ball left in the 13th.
All the governments have said, to do this, we're going to declare war. So New Zealand actually...
With New Zealand's attitude at the time, I'm not surprised that would happen. 4 off the over, 13 gone, 82 without loss. So here's a trivia question for you then, if you're that inclined. What was New Zealand's first involvement in the First World War? What was the first thing New Zealand did in the First World War? Is on instructions by the British.
I would say maybe invade Samoa.
Bang on. New Zealand invaded German Samoa and liberated that.
That was a bad guess, was it?
No, that's why I was like, bang on. That's, everyone thinks Gallipoli, and Gallipoli wasn't even the second. They fought the Turks in Egypt before trying to invade Gallipoli as well. Do love my war history, sitting behind sport. As this one's loopy, up and over extra cover, couple of bounces, 4 runs. Next ball to Mara. This time, 3 mid on. There's a player from long on coming round, but it'll be back-to-back boundaries. Do have to say that invasion of what was then German Samoa was, I think they landed expecting a fight, but nobody was there.
They were unopposed, weren't they?
Yeah,
Almost?
unopposed is the word I'm looking for. As this one goes square this time, no fielder there, and just waiting to see. It is 6.
Oh, 4.
Oh, now it's been changed to 4. Three fours in a row at the moment. It's just bowling into Preston Mara's wheelhouse currently. I think the reason why the British needed German Samoa knocked out was that there was a radio antenna or something that the Germans could use.
Well, there was 2, and also Fiji was the same because they were worried about Fiji and that. New Zealand's always had a big, they had a huge military presence. They had a naval base right down into Suma Bay.
Yeah.
And they've given it back. That's where all the sports fields are.
Changing to round the wicket and a much better ball this time.
Naval base there in Fiji as well, and they moved that in. There's lots of things that happened here. I mean, all the gun emplacements that were built around the country.
Well,
go to Waiheke, Stony Batter, really interesting tunnel.
there's somewhere in Sydney. I've never been up in the those mountains. There's this one up over extra cover. There's a player at wide long off, cut it to 1. I think they'll come back for a second as a misfield. I think the first shots fired in both World Wars was actually the same gun emplacement in Sydney, is what I've been led to believe.
Oh, no.
I've got one to come. As this one will be a single down to fine leg to end the over. 15 off it. 14 gone, 97 without loss. First ball of Stuart Morfitt's 4th over is whipped through mid wicket and will just slow up and reach the boundary, 4 runs. $100 comes up for Suburbs New Lynn as well. 73 now required from almost 21 overs. As this one's worked back to the bowler. Bit tighter bowling here from Morfitt. Dougal waiting. Plays this to, just bounced in front of mid-off. And a single to Mara. Two balls left in the 15th, and this one just a forward press back down the pitch. I thought 174 was a pretty decent score actually, but Suburbs New Lynn at the moment making it look easy. But takes only a couple of balls to change things. So this one's whipped behind point. Pick up two. Might have time for a third. No, just the 2 runs. Ends the over. 7 off the over. It is 104 after 15. One of the 2 games left I have in this week. The Auckland Premier Men Martin Guptill T20 final. Takapuna taking on Cornwall, 2 p.m. First ball from Oniwa Domain, north of Auckland. Who's the bowler? Watson still? Ryan Watson. Martin Guptill, recently retired New Zealand Black Cap player. Also played his club cricket here at Suburbs New Lynn. It's a bit of a quicker ball, but back down to long off for 1. None for 19 in his 4th, Warren Watson. It's a full toss and nothing that McDougall could do about it. Quad run rate now, 3.5 and over. This one's hit to forward square leg. A bit tangled up there, did McDougall, sorry, but no harm. Got over here at the moment from the Merv Hughes Invitational side. Only 1 off it so far. Can Watson get out of it? Goes down the ground, it'll be a single down to long on. 2 singles bookending that over. None for 20. Watson has off 4 and after 16, 106 without loss. First ball of Morfitt's fifth starts the league bye. None for 30 in his sixth over. And this time down the ground and player there, so it'll just be the one. Yes, works this one down behind too fine leg. It's really having to come round and they'll pick up and eat comfortable too. As I said earlier today, if you got anything in the Waikato, Bay Plenty, Auckland area that you'd like live streamed, photographed, commentated, that doesn't have to be on the live stream, but there's a live stream to commentate. As winds up, over cover. Player going back, couldn't quite get there. I'll take one. Get in touch with me, BF's Broadcasting Official on Facebook page. I usually do it at a cheap rate depending on what it is. Something like this, I think I was originally going to charge $150. Excuse me, as a hit to mid-wicket. But instead was offered a ticket to the chat with Merv Hughes tonight. So I was happy to take up Kate's offer of that. Last ball of the 17th. The Nelson up. And a brilliant ball to finish. The 17th, 4 off it, plus the league bye, 111 without loss after 17. Watson to bowl his fifth over at the river end. Gets the broom out, does McDougall. Misses out. As I've said, if you see me around at an event that I'm live streaming and would like to commentate, come and say hello. Gets a bit lonely talking to yourself most of the time. This rugby season confirmed at least. We'll be doing Hamilton Suburbs in the north end of the city. Division 1 champions for the Waikato in 2024. And then also doing St John's College Hamilton. As this one's pushed down to long off for one. Who were 2024 Central North Island First 15 champions. Have been in touch with Ngatea Rugby Club, which is not far from where I currently live. This one's forcibly played on the back foot to the same area for one. And also Ponsonby Rugby Club, who were the 2024 Gallagher Shield Premier Men's winners in the 150th year last year. Last ball of the 18th. And this one just dead battered the crease. 2 singles off that over. 18 gone, 113 without loss and drinks. So earlier today, Suburbs New Zealand winning the toss and electing to field. Merv Hughes Invitational, 173 in their 35 overs. At the moment, Suburbs New Zealand doing it easy. 113 without loss. So requiring
13 after 18.
61 more runs off 17 overs. Back shortly. back after drinks.
Dougal retired on 35.
Patrick, Preston Murrah on 75, Hamish Dougal on, how many, sorry?
35.
35, both retired. We've got Andrew Eade and
Ian Julian.
Julian at the batting crease. A big shout out to the Cromwell family tuning in, supporting Andrew Eade. Alright, so Andrew Eade and Ian Julian at the crease. Stuart Morfitt to continue, none for 34 and is to start his 6th over. Andrew wasn't ready. Had all that time, even you can see first slip going, seriously? .61 required from 102 deliveries. So this one's played through cover. And they'll pick up 2 runs. The second ball's a dot. Oh. Shout out to Laurie who's tuning in from Waiheke Island. Can't imagine too many bad places here in Auckland tuning in. Happy birthday to you, Laurie. Great to have you and the others tuning in watching this one. This one's played to cover. Last ball, penultimate ball, sorry, of the over. Straight back at him.
There's document.
So, quick single to cover. There's an appeal for a run out. And given. I was going to say, and Ian Julian has been run out for a diamond duck. I finally get to play my duck. He's been run out without facing, as my version of Daddles comes out. More looks like Duffy than Daddles. And it's end of the 19th. It is 1-1-5 for 1. we're going to tribute the run out to Paul Pythian. Had a busy day today. First ball in the new over, full to Eid, but it's played.
Okay,
Greg Clark, yep.
Sorry, Greg Clark.
Clark with an E on the end.
At the non-striker's end. Eid works this to backward square leg.
Oh, I'm changed it with the
Slip and play. There's a bit of a bottom of the bat there, down to mid-on. This one fall into the legs, and this time played with a bit more force to mid-on. Usually the thing I find with taking photos of players in white clothing, this one's cut away. 3-forward point. Might get there. No, I don't think it is. It's going to pull up a couple of metres short, and they'll pick up 2. Especially in summer, taking photos of the white is that the colour can, if you get the colour wrong, it looks really ugly off the white clothing. So far, it doesn't seem as though I've had that issue. This one's played to cover, some really good fielding there. Actually, I was going to say some really good fielding. It was ordinary running, and they get a single in the end. It was the old ball watching. 3 off it, 20 gone, 1-8 for 1. Morfitt to bowl his last. 7-5's a 35. When I went to school at least. Yes. This is played to mid-off. Trying to think of the game I did that was rain reduced, but it wasn't divisible by 5, and everyone's going, how's, how do you work out the bowling restrictions? There's an outside edge, past the diving slip, and I'll just settle for the 1. Brings Greg Clark on strike to face his first ball, the left-hander. They bowled a few overs earlier today in the Merv Hughes Invitational side. It's innings. There's this one, driven texture cover. The one thing I have found with photographing cricket is that the pure cricket shots, even a block, look really good in a photo. Any of the ramps and all that looks awkward as anything. But the traditional shots, yeah.
I've always thought forward defence.
This is worked off the pads to square leg. Well, the one thing somebody pointed out, and I'll tell you why he will always be in my memory, a guy from Hamilton, he talked to me about the 9 and the P in a batter's stroke. If you look at photos, and some really good shots you can draw a 9 or a P inside it.
Yep.
Just a single off the 21st, it is 119 for 1.
Sorry, what's that about the P and
So I'll try and a P and a 9.
a P and a 9?
If you look at a photo, you'll see it. I'll try and find one that I've got. And he said he'd always try and teach his batters to play like that.
Yep.
The reason why Ryan Smith from Fraser Tech Cricket Club in Hamilton sticks in my mind, 2-day match before COVID.
Yes.
He took 15 wickets in the innings, in the game, sorry. It was a full toss and played back past Watson. Good diving save there at mid-off. Cuts it to 1. You picked up all 10 wickets in the first innings, 5 in the second, and they still lost outright for a 2-day game. Doesn't like that I remind him of that. It's played on the crease. Of course, only 3 players in international cricket have taken 10 wickets in an innings. Brett, can you name them?
Ajaz Patel.
Ajaz is one, definitely. This one's played through extra cover. There's an Englishman who picked up 19 for the test.
Scott Anderson?
No. Well before Jimmy Anderson's time. It wasn't an Ashes test though.
Wasn't John Snow, was it?
No. Jim Laker picked up 19 in a Ashes test, and the other one in 1999, I want to say against Pakistan, Anil Kumble. So this one's cut, 40 point. The only fielders out there are on the other field. And not too sure if that's reached. It is 4 runs. I was going to say he's given up on it almost. In the few years that I've been doing cricket stats, I can't say I've ever seen come across someone doing that. Especially, as I said, not just to do it in a 2-dayer, but lose outright in a 2-dayer as well. His last ball there was just defended on the crease from Clark. He's 6, Andrew Eade, 7 off 15, and after 22, it's 126 for 1. First ball of Boyle's overs hit down the ground for 1. To open the bowling for the Merv Hughes Invitational side, none for 13 in his 1 over. Or should I say none for 12, he's none for 13 in his second. And you're just talking about how Richard Hadley in the famous 1985 Gabba test in Brisbane, I think he took 15 wickets for the match. Yes, his best bowling figures. This was a bit of a rank one, and he's got away with it. I think Greg Clark's tried to almost softly hit it and really didn't get much on it. Vaughan Brown took the 8th, I actually think it might have been the 9th wicket he took, which Hadley took the catch off, and then Hadley carried on taking the rest of the wickets. Vaughan Brown only took one wicket in his Test career, which is remarkable, considering that situation as this one's pulled through square leg, and the ball gets to the boundary. It's 4. Clark moves to 10. So it's a full toss, up and over mid-wicket. I think it'll be illegal. No, yes, it is illegal delivery, but it's 4. Second boundary of the over, 1 ball to come. This one hit more firmer. Should be the same result. It is another boundary, and it's 139 for 1 after 23. First ball of Pythian's new over, and it's going to hold up just half a metre short of the boundary, and the pick up 2. Andrew Eade moves to 10. Just having a look at the honours board here at Ken Maunder Park. Not just home to Suburbs New Zealand Cricket Club, but also Lynn Avon United AFC, or Associate Football Club, or soccer, whichever way you want to call it. This one backed away and played to backward point for 1. Quite a number of New Zealand representatives, no names that spring to my mind, but at least 5 players that have also played at the Olympics in football. Of course, New Zealand football in a he's played late on this, and half a shout. An interesting situation. In a month, I think they play World Cup qualifying semi-final at the Cacton or Sky Stadium, and then the final being held at Eden Park here in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, national stadium. Played on the crease again, with the winner of that final getting direct entry to the 2026 Football World Cup, hosted by the US, Canada and Mexico. First time it's being held in 3 different countries. course, the last Women's World Cup was held here in New Zealand and Australia. But first time Oceania's got one full qualifying spot, and actually have a half qualifying spot as well. So whoever loses that final at Eden Park play a intercontinental playoff match, as there's 3 off the first 2 balls of this over.
1-4-2 after 24.
After 24, it's 1-4-2 for 1. Anthony Boyle to continue at the clubhouse end with his sunglasses on. It was the English field who absolutely destroyed his sunnies. He was fielding in close, turned around, whipped the ball, and as he let go of the ball, his sunnies fell off, and it was it Strauss? Ashley Giles was like one of the first bowlers to bowl with sunnies on. The ball starts at the dot. It was Strauss or somebody. Yeah, he was fielding in close, whipped round, glasses came off at the same time, and the glasses were in Swan.
Graham Swan.
Yeah.
He used to always bowl.
Giles as well. Yeah. Didn't really get hold of this one, Andrew Eade. Is an appeal, but might just be a bit of height on that one. I actually have to say that's probably the closest we've had today. If you're tuning in, Louis Sharman. Unfortunately, you've actually followed the wrong Bev's Broadcasting. That's my old Facebook page. It's played to mid-off before Facebook decided that they didn't like me anymore and took the rights off it. You want to go to Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page. There's a link in the description of this video.
Will Sharman is the son of Matt Sharman, who made the 76 and just fielded the ball then.
Fair enough then, I don't think he's tuning in. Oh no, sorry, Andrew's playing, not Matt's playing. Sorry, not, yeah, Louis. So Louis, yeah, just go to Bev's Broadcasting official. It's the one with the avatar rather than the one with the, it's actually club ground, and this one's off the pads, and they'll get a single to backward squarely. It's a poppy on a rugby field in Queenstown. Is that 4 off the last 2? I think it is.
It's 1-4-3 after 25.
1-4-3 for 1 after 25 overs. Required rate just over 3 at the moment. Pythian starts his new over with a couple to Andrew Eade. 29 now required from 59 balls. I say 50, I almost said 59 overs there. That's a long day in the field. No problem, Louis. Understanding what I was saying there, thank you. He just said got it.
Someone Stoey says hello.
Story says hello to you there, Louis. If you hadn't figured out that's who's given me the information before. So get a single to point. Some good bowling again. It's probably been one of the pick of the bowlers in this innings for the Merv Hughes Invitational side. None for 20, 2 balls left in the sixth. It's the wicket. It was a run out, so no bowlers yet. No bowlers yet to take a wicket. As is an appeal, and I'm going to say almost put the jinx in there. I've always been a firm believer, Story, of you can't call yourself a commentator unless you put the curse in. It's
Commentator's curse.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I've done a fair few in the 6 and a bit years I've commentated for. But a good finish to the over. It's 3 off that one. It is 1-4-6 for 1 after 26. As this one's clipped up and over square leg.
Won't go.
And they'll pick up 2. Did you want to read that comment yourself, Stoey, or shall I read it for you?
You can read it for me.
You should be fielding. is what's been said.
Yeah. I'm looking after the score.
You're scoring most of the runs, or half the runs. I think I've probably got top score today. Since I've been scoring the whole game, I don't think anyone else is.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Brett, you were out there fielding, so you're definitely not you. You might be second though. This one's short, cut, and good fielding effort there at extra cover. This one's hit mid-wicket. Merv Hughes touring side taking on Rotorua Boys High School tomorrow at Rotorua Boys High School and at Smallbone Park, just down the road from the Rotorua International Stadium. And heading to Hamilton on Sunday to play the Seddon Cricket Club. So this one's behind square on the leg side. That should roll along the carpet. It does. It's 4 runs. 2 balls left in Boyle's fourth. Has been quite a bit expensive here. None for 32. Goes across his pads, and tell you what, the question was a decent question. Probably the best LBW shout we've had. Boyle not happy. Like most bowlers, when you get turned down for a LBW decision. So this one's up over square leg, couple of bounces, and 4 to finish the over. 27 gone, 156 for 1. Put the ends first ball. Oh, a couple of soccer players out there couldn't trap it. They pick up 1. Actually, apologies to. Well, actually, no, I was saying Paul was the more pick of the bowlers. 21 off his 6.1. This is played down to extra cover. Late cut on this one. Some good fielding there at backward point.
Head southwest
Clark on
on
18.
Clark Place toward Nicow Street.
Plays this to mid-off. Big thanks to the 2 sponsors of these 2 games today, Cricket Express and Holman. As an appeal and gone. Caught behind, and the second wicket falls. It's 157 for 2. Randall Godfrey, the new batter, coming in at number 5, 6. Sorry, there's been a couple of retirements.
Preston.
Preston.
Preston Mara. Preston Mara.
Two balls left in the spell and beautiful ball. Almost played on. Have you got that as over? Or?
Yeah, that's
Okay, I missed a ball.
so there's just one off the over.
One off it with the wicket. It is 28 gone, 157 for 2.
156.
Anthony Boyle bowling to first ball's a wide. Sorry, folks, it's Greg Clark that's in, not Andrew Eade. A couple of dots though. 17 required from 40 balls. But like the game I did last Saturday, bet you allotted overs, you're going to win in this position. Unless things go terribly wrong, which is what happened to this ball here. They've run through for 1 wide, so 2 to the total. Godfrey's next ball, couple of bounces into mid wicket, and it's 4 runs. This is played to extra cover. Didn't acknowledge that Paul Pathian's bowled us 7 overs, 1 for 21. Deserved that wicket as well. So this one's played to point. This one's driven, but can't beat mid off. Just a reminder, there'll be photos and highlights posted to Bev's broadcasting official in coming days. Probably Monday is the job interview tomorrow. A couple of games of cricket on the weekend. So this one's lifted up to deep backwards square. Player takes it on the bounce, but they get through for a single.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 165.
And after 29, it is 165 for 2. Russell Wilson replacing Pathian at the river end. It's wide. First ball. 8 required now. Jocelyn, that's who the Parnell scorer is.
Oh, yes, I know Jocelyn.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brett, you've been around long enough, it seems, to know who I was talking about.
And now 166 because it was a wide.
As the next ball's played to cover. I was going to say, Jocelyn's definitely been doing it for a while, so.
Jocelyn's very dry.
Oh, my sense of humour. This is set off here. Just she did me all ends up with that comment. It's a bit of an exaggerated leave from Godfrey. You can also watch these games back often as you like, folks. Just another reminder, if you've got anything in the Auckland, Waikato and Bay Penny areas, get in touch with me. I just can't catch up with this next one. You can find me on Bev's Broadcasting official Facebook page. Whether you're wanting something live streamed, just commentated, just photographed, let me know. It's usually if it's a no, it's usually because I'm already busy. I had to say no to Bay Penny cricket tonight. As this time catches up with it, goes through point, and the foot comes out, and I just save it, cut it to 1. The Bay Penny Premier Men's final between Mount Maunganui, Papamai, and the IMF Otamotai cadets at Bay Oval. Two of my last 3 games of cricket at the end of last season happened to be at that fantastic ground, including the first day nighter I've commentated. And this time worked off the pads for no run. Sounds like Mr. Whippy's around here somewhere, unless I'm hearing the wrong tune. This last ball gets through fine leg, no fielder there, and reaches the boundary, not an issue, 4 runs. Ends the over, 30 gone, it is 171 for 2, 3 now required.
171.
Anthony Boyle to bowl his 6th, 3 required now from 5 overs. As this one's pushed to cover. I was actually a little bit gutted I didn't get that photo because it was a...
It was a textbook.
Yeah.
Forward.
This time gets the broom out and might break the boundary. It does. And that's the game. Suburbs New Lynn have chased down 174 against the Merv Hughes Invitational side. Won this by 8 wickets and 4 and a bit overs to spare. Thanks to all that's involved in putting this on. Again, big thank you to the 2 sponsors, Holman and Cricket Express. Huge thanks to VJ, the groundsman here at Ken Maunder. Take care out there, folks. Look after each other, especially, please, your mental health. Hei kona.